And they're off. Line broke a touch slowly. Pennies from above showing speed with JMR Gemma to her outside. Deep on the track is Let's Run 2. JMR Gemma takes back and Lime begins to gain ground after that slow beginning. They race inside the half-mile pole. Let's Run 2 has taken a half-length lead over Pennies from above. Lime is into third in the three-path, passing JMR Bold Vision. And the trailer is now JMR Gemma. They're spread out by about 6 lengths, and the opening quarter was raced in 22 and 2. Let's Run 2 at 8 to 5 has opened up 2.5 lengths on Pennies from above and Lime, who races a pair. JMR Gemma has angled to the outside, passing JMR Bold Vision as they swing for home. Let's Run 2 has opened up 3 at the head of the lane. It is Let's Run 2. Pennies from above is second over a rallying JMR Gemma. The other two look finished at the 8th pole, a half mile in 45 and 3. It is Let's Run 2 and Rachel Slavinsky going on to a comfortable victory in the opener. Let's Run 2 by about 5. JMR Gemma got up for second over Pennies from above, and then JMR Bold Vision, 58 and 1. All set. And they're off. Out in a good line, Gypsy Magic showing speed with Be a Majestic GG from the center. Ms. Gemma is deep on the track, a length better than Rumors Fly and Big Bang Blue. The race down the backstretch inside the 5 furlong pole, and Be a Majestic GG has opened up 2 lengths. They're clustered up at the back now. Ms. Gemma on the outside, Big Bang Blue advancing along the rail. In the middle are Rumors Fly and midway down the backstretch, 22 and 4 for the opening quarter. They race into the turn. It is Be a Majestic GG. Now gaining ground is Big Bang Blue, opening up 2 on Rumors Fly and Gypsy Magic. Ms. Gemma is now the trailer with 5/16 of a mile to go. Big Bang Blue is stuck a neck in front of Be a Majestic GG. The top 2 are now 7 clear of Rumors Fly and Gypsy Magic, who needs to do better. Ms. Gemma is the trailer. The half in 46 and 3. Big Bang Blue has assumed control from Be a Majestic GG, who's laying in down the stretch. The top 2 are still well clear of Rumors Fly and Gypsy Magic. Inside the furlong pole, Big Bang Blue and Rachel Slavinsky are drawing off easily. It is Big Bang Blue up by about 6. Big Bang Blue, a much the best winner in the second. Be a Majestic GG well clear in second. Rumors Fly going to be, Gypsy Magic going to be third over Rumors Fly, 111 and 3. They're off. They broke in a very good line. Sweet Finale has her head in front. West Lodge Intrigue on the rail. Snell Flicka also coming out well. Miss Peas Bella takes back to last. On the outside in fourth is going to be Remember Old Times. They're spread out by only about 3 lengths. It's going to be Snell Flicka taking the lead into the turn with Remember Old Times racing into second. West Lodge Intrigue back into third along the rail. 1.5 lengths better than Sweet Finale. And the trailer is still Miss Peas Bella. The opening quarter raced in 22 and 3. It is Snell Flicka, 3/4 of a length on top of Remember Old Times. Angling out to make a run now is Sweet Finale. West Lodge Intrigue still watching from fourth. Miss P's Bella trails. They swing for home. Snell Flicka looking to go all the way. Remember Old Times has lost second to Sweet Finale, who's rallying down the outside. Now Sweet Finale sticks her head in front. It is Sweet Finale and Snell Flicka dueling down the final furlong. Remember Old Times drifting in, trying to hold third. Sweet Finale has the lead. Snell Flicka trying, but as they come down to the wire, it is Sweet Finale and Chris Husbands, 3/4 of a length. Snell Flicka second, then Remember Old Times and West Lodge Intrigue, 58 and 3. And they're off. Shelley the Rocket broke best along the rail. Forest Choice is showing speed. Papa's Silver takes back with Vermont Holiday racing between horses. Natasha's Business wide on the track. And the trailer is going to be Picture Day Jessica. They race into the turn, rushing up the rail to put the pressure on is Vermont Holiday with Forest Choice. Shelley the Rocket is back into third, 2 lengths better than Papa's Silver. Natasha's Business is fifth, and the trailer is still Picture Day Jessica. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter. Shelley the Rocket begins to gain ground on Vermont Holiday and Forest Choice. It's a gap of 3 back to Papa's Silver. Natasha's Business is yet to respond, and Picture Day Jessica still trails. They swing for home, and Shelley the Rocket is taking control once again. Forest Choice is battling on in second. Vermont Holiday third, trying to rally up the rail is Papa's Silver. Within the final furlong, Shelley the Rocket has opened up 3. It is Shelley the Rocket and Deshaun Bino widening in the final 70 yards. Shelley the Rocket going on to win by about 5. Forest Choice held second over Vermont Holiday and Papa's Silver, 59 flat. And they're off. Cozy Valentine broke a little slowly. Jara showing speed from the outside with Gimbala and Hasn't Hit Me Yet between them. It's a gap of 2 back to Westpaw, racing in fourth. And another 2 back to Cozy Valentine, who angles to the outside. Down the backstretch they go. It's a duel up front. Gimbala and Jara going at it on the lead, giving a good spot to Hasn't Hit Me Yet, racing from third, 2 lengths off the lead. It's a gap of about 4 to Westpaw, and Cozy Valentine begins to gather momentum on the outside. The quarter was 22 and 1. It's still a duel up front. Jara sticks ahead in front of Gimbala. These two have opened up about 3.5 on Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Cozy Valentine needs to get going. She still has 8 lengths to make up on the leaders. Westpaw is now the trailer. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Jara and Gimbala still locked in battle. Hasn't Hit Me Yet begins to inch closer, angling to the 3 path as they swing for home. Cozy Valentine still has to make up 6 lengths. Down the stretch they come. Jara and Gimbala have been exchanging blows throughout. Hasn't Hit Me Yet inching closer down the outside, but still hasn't reached the leaders. Jara, Gimbala, they're head and head. They're both dead game, neither one giving an inch. Jara, Gimbala has the head in front. Gimbala, Jara still trying down to the wire. That's a photo finish. Jara and Gimbala were the best throughout. Cozy Valentine rallied to be third, then Hasn't Hit Me Yet. 1:11 and 1. And they're off. Super Cool Storm out well with Tangerine Twist blasting through along the rail. It's going to be Tangerine Twist leading the way as they leave the chute. Mimi's Holiday is second with Super Cool Storm to the outside. Now rushing up on the far outside is Tequila's Melody. Jimmy is a Breeze is going to settle in fifth, and the trailer is going to be Ashwicken. Clustered up front, Tequila's Melody on the outside is stuck ahead in front of Tangerine Twist. Super Cool Storm racing between them, and here comes a rush from Mimi's Holiday. The quarter was 23-1. Jimmy is a Breeze is wide on the track in fifth, and the trailer is now Ashwicken. Into the sunset turn they go. Mimi's Holiday and Super Cool Storm on the lead. Tequila's Melody needs to do better as Jimmy is a Breeze descends on the leaders. Jimmy is a Breeze now sticks ahead in front. Ashwicken is creeping closer from fifth. Tangerine Twist has backed out of it. 47 flat for the half. 3 across the track. It is now Jimmy is a Breeze. Mimi's Holiday responds. Tequila's Melody is still third. Super Cool Storm has called it quits. Ashwicken tries to rally down the outside. Mimi's Holiday is rebroken, taking the lead from Jimmy is a Breeze. It is Mimi's Holiday and Amanda Vandermeers. Jimmy is a Breeze trying from second. Needing to do better from the outside is Ashwicken. It is Mimi's Holiday extending the lead. Mimi's Holiday and Amanda Vandermeers going to draw clear for an easy win. Coming back on for second with Super Cool Storm. Jimmy is a Breeze third, and then Ashwicken 118-4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack on a beautiful Monday afternoon. We are finally back on the turf after some rough weather in recent weeks here in Fort Erie. Main track is fast and the turf is good. Rail will be out 18 feet. It is currently 23 degrees Celsius or 74 Fahrenheit with wind coming from the southwest. It's mostly cloudy, but it's pretty bright outside with 34 minutes to post. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for info about everything going on at the track, live streaming of all the races, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie with first post at 4:30. The free concert series is back this summer, select Tuesday nights at the Tiki Bar. If you're on track tomorrow, we'll have a free concert after the races featuring the Howling Horns. The dog races are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. Wiener Dogs take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and then the Basset Hounds are coming out on Sunday, August 13th. Dog races to take place after the last horse races of the day. Mark your calendars, the 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Head on down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located right next to the walking ring. Book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The new Homestretch Bar is now open. It's located next to the Tiki Bar. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races, only $13.25 per person plus tax. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Early Pick 4 pool is guaranteed at $7,500 beginning in Race 2. Then in Race 4, we have the Late Pick 5. That pool also guaranteed at $7,500. Jackpot High Five wagering is back today in the 8th and final race. Carryover $18,613.59. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only here at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. No changes in Race 1. Race 2 is also clear, no changes in the second. In Race 3, an overweight on number 3, Venomous State, 1 pound over at 121. And an overweight on number 5, Strong Ending, 3 pounds over at 123. In Race 4, a rider change on number 2, Vittori Kin. Make the rider Michael David. Race 5, overweight on the number 2, Loki's Lightning, will be 2 pounds over at 115. Race 6, number 4, Luema, there's a rider change. Make the rider Michael David. And vet scratch the number 5, Tickle Her Toe. In Race 7, an overweight on number 2, Devil in Her Heart, 3 pounds over at 113. And in Race 8, vet scratch of the number 3, Scenic Holiday. Back for another week of racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack, day number 11 of our 2023 summer meet. We are thrilled to be back on the turf. The weather has not been cooperative, but we are finally back in good sunshine today. Let's take a look at today's 8-race card. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races, sprinting 5 furlongs for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Field of 6 to kick off the card, and I'm going with the number 3, Coubird, going for John Sims and Brandon Boulanger. Coubird kicked off his season for $62.50 on June 27th in the slop. He made a rally up the outside, but was outkicked by Exceed, missed by only a neck. Gets a fast track to work on today and should have plenty of speed to run at, cutting back to 5/8 of a mile. Outside rider number 6, Royal Biz, will be one of the speed threats here. Royal Biz comes out of the same race as Coubird. He went to the lead, opened up 2 lengths, but got tired in the final furlong, finished 3rd by 4.5 lengths. He is better off on a fast track. If he can get loose, he could go all the way, but he looks like he's going to get pressure from the number 2, Quick Reload, who is 2 for 2. here at Fort Erie this season. Broke his maiden for 4,000 and then one of 5,000 non-winners of 2 in the slop. Has to tackle tougher now, getting into the non-winners of 3 company, looking for his 3rd in a row under rider Kirk Johnson. 6250 claimers going in race 2, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since January the 10th. We're going to go 6 furlongs, another field of 6. 8-1 morning line long shot is my top pick, number 5, Beyond Borders, going for Roy Augustino and Mark Lee Buchanan. Beyond Borders has made 2 starts here at Fort Erie over the dirt, but both have been over the slop for $8,000, and he's run okay. On June 12th, he was a decent 3rd behind Venomous State. He gets class relief, gets a better surface to work on. He worked in 35 and 2 over a fast track on June 6th. If he gets some speed to run at, Beyond Borders could wake up. 8-5 morning line favorite is the 1, Dotted Line, going for owner-trainer Jeff Voice. Leading rider Pierre Mailhot aboard. This one made his Fort Erie debut for this price on June 27th in an off-turf race. Briefly had the lead in mid-stretch, but got a little tired, finished 3rd as the favorite. This group is probably a little easier. That's tough to say. It's probably a lateral move. It's the same price. Dotted Line in his 2nd start off of the layoff is going to be the one to beat. Rounding things out, number 4, Be the Change, 9-year-old Chestnut Gelding. He was a distant 2nd behind repeat winner Striking Moon for this price on June 13th. Gets a slight cutback in distance for his 2nd start off of the bench. Nice group of starter optional claiming types going in race 3. 3-year-olds and up, which have started for 5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a price of 10,000, sprinting 5 1/2 furlongs. Fort Erie's Horse of the Year 2022, Strong Ending, makes his 2nd start of the campaign here. He exits a runner-up finish behind Alacritus in the long-run Thoroughbred Retirement Stakes on Father's Day. Strong Ending's pretty versatile. Last year he had wins from every distance, 6 1/2, a mile 70, mile 16th. He tried 5 1/2 in the long run stakes, ran 2nd. Today he gets easier company. There should be lots of speed to run at. Expect Strong Ending to be doing just that. Strong in the ending, looking for his 10th lifetime win. Outside runner number 7, Letting Loose, ran on May 30th, rallied to be 3rd behind Alacritus, who, as we said, beat Strong Ending in the long run retirement stakes. Letting Loose was running in the 1 other than optional 12.5 category. That race has not filled much on the dirt since then, now shows up for 10,000 with that slight drop in class. He was an allowance winner last year, non-winners of 3, then ran 2nd in the Helsinki MSA Cup behind Strong Ending. 8-1 would be an overlay on Letting Loose in his 2nd start of the campaign. Rounding things out with the Rapid, Shaku Maku along the rail. Shaku Maku opened up 3 lengths, set fast fractions, and was able to hold on by a neck over Crafty Conquest and Big Time Louie when last racing on June 13th. He's going to have to stretch out an extra 1/2 furlong here. There could be some other speed, although I don't think Summer Retreat or Venomous State are quite as quick as him. Shaku Maku will be the leader. It's just going to be a matter of how long he can hold on. Back on the turf for the 4th race, 6250 claimers, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4. We're going to go about 1 mile. Field of 7 here. I'm going to go with the number 3, Redoubts Light. Finally gets on the turf, which is his preferred surface. He ran a pretty good 4th on the Tapeta at Woodbine on June 2nd to kick off his season against good company. Then came back here on July 3rd. The race was rained off the turf. It was a mile 70 over the slop, and he rallied to be 2nd behind a much the best Hadassah's Devil, who was dropping down off of a non-winners of 3 allowance win, so Hadassah's Devil figured to be pretty tough on that day. Redoubts Light should definitely appreciate getting out to the 2 turns on the turf. Number 2, Vittori Kin, is the class of this race. He was extremely disappointing when making his Fort Erie debut on May 23rd, just never was in the race, basically eased up. He's so much better than that. He won his 2 starts before that at Turfway. This horse is a graded stakes winner in his younger years, 10-year-old gelding. Hoping to rebound with the drop in for 6,000. Michael David picks up the call. And then the number 1, Half Lit, going for owner-trainer Howard Keane. This horse has run some decent races. He was very game on June 27th when finishing second behind Beyond My Dreams. He ran a good race on the turf at this level, going 5/8 on June 6th. Don't count him out as a long shot, with Melanie Pinto re-inheriting the ride. Race 5 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to travel 6 furlongs. Second-time starter number 1, Hermione Granger, seems like a logical option here. 4-year-old filly made her debut, finished second behind another first-time starter, Isa Breeze, on June 26th. Isa Breeze was the controlling speed, and Hermione Granger was second best. The only thing I didn't like about Hermione Granger's effort was that her tail flashed every time she saw the whip. She could just be green. She could improve second time out. Leading rider Pierre Mailhot picks up the call. Outside runner number 7, Heading West, goes for Mickey Neubauer. Melanie Pinto has the mount on this one. This one has had 2 runner-up finishes since coming here to Fort Erie, first in the Summer Solstice Cup, and then in a maiden special weight behind Getting Ahead, who came back to win against non-winners of 2 allowance types. She figures to be forwardly placed from the outside. Going to round things out with number 3, I Got It Good. This one was claimed for $7,500 by Joe Humber on June 29th at Woodbine. She's picked up a check in all 3 of her starts at Woodbine. We're going to see how she takes to the Fort Erie dirt. She has a 48 flat work over the Woodbine training track on her page. Could suggest she should take to the surface fine. 4,000 claimers going in race 6, fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going to travel 5 1/2 furlongs. Wheeling back quick, looking for her second consecutive win, is number 7, Let's Run 2. Beat 62.50 non-winners of 3 last week. Made the lead down the backstretch and opened up 4. She was much the best with the blinkers going back on. Now she drops in for 4,000 for her first try at this level. She should be forwardly placed from the outside and looks like the one to beat on the quick turnaround. Number 1, Cozy Cat, ran a good race over a fast track on June 13th to be second behind Snell Flicka, who took advantage of a major speed bias on that day. Cozy Cat came back on June 27th over the slop and did not fire. Gets back in for 4,000, gets back to a fast track, has the rail, should run a bit better this time under apprentice Amanda Vandermeersch. Going to round things out with the 4, Luema, going for Mike Blake. Chris Husbands has the ride. Or Michael David picks up the mount on this one, pardon me. Both of Luema's starts this year have been in the slop. She's not fired great. Definitely prefers a fast track. Luema could turn things around in today's race. On the turf for race 7, it's an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to sprint 5/8, about 5/8 I should say. Rail runner Sneaky Rebel was a vet scratch in the paddock on June 27th. Now gets back to the races here. She made her Fort Erie debut at this level on the dirt and was a distant second behind Can't Beat the Cats, who came back to be second in one of our long-run stakes on Father's Day. That's a good reference there. Sneaky Rebel. By Signature Red, out of a Where's the Ring mare. Signature Reds tend to do well on the turf. Sneaky Rebel's only turf race came way back at the beginning of her career. We're not going to hold it against her here. If she's fast from the rail, Sneaky Rebel could get the win here for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 7, Black Taffy, took advantage of Miss Schiller's poor luck, Brian of Tarth's poor luck on May 30th. Brian of Tarth was the best horse on May 30th, but she got in all kinds of trouble. Black Taffy was the winner that day. Came back against 15,000 claimers at Woodbine on June 22nd, was forwardly placed and evened out in the final furlong. Gets back to the turf course and the distance where her maiden win took place. Could be live under rider Leo Salez. Going to round things out with the 2, Devil in Her Heart, a 12-1 long shot, making her turf debut, another daughter of Signature Red, out of a bold executive mare. Alexis Sanchez, 10-pound apprentice, got his first career win last week aboard Thy Kingdom. Devil in Her Heart. Could be a wake-up prospect on the turf. Might be one to look out for as a long shot. Final race of the day, 5,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2, traveling 6 1/2 furlongs. Scratch of the 3, Scenic Holiday. We're down to a field of 8, and I'm going to go with the outside runner, Sea by the Sea. Mark Lee and Roy Augustino team up here. Sea by the Sea was a good second behind Quick Reload over the slop on June 26th. Really as a consistent check earner, has never been worse than fourth since moving to the Augustino barn. He's been in good form, has the outside post, should have some speed to follow. Sea by the Sea could set things up well here. Number 5, No More, goes for trainer Sharon Chicato. Leo Salez gets the mount here. Taking a slight drop in from the 62.50 level, in for 5. This one was second best behind 2-year contract on June 26th. Just missed by a head before being DQ'd behind Lil Green Machine. This horse has just been racing very well since coming back from Mountaineer. No More. Bit of a seconditis type, but definitely a factor. Then I'm going to round things out with Santiago Salsa, the number 6, a long shot here for Amanda Vandermeersch and Howard Keane. Santiago Salsa wants to be a deep closer. He wants to fall right out of it and then come with a run. And so far this year, he's been closer to the pace than he likes to be. If Santiago Salsa can relax in that first quarter mile and then come running late, he could turn things around. 8 races coming up today, 18 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few late overweights being announced here for the first time. Rider Leo Salez will be tacking 122 today. All of his mounts were originally at 120, so they will all be 2 pounds over. So add 2 pounds in race 1 to number 6, Royal Biz. In race 2, add 2 pounds to number 2, Brady O'Brady. Race 4, number 4, AI Initiative, 2 pounds over. Race 7, number 7, Black Taffy, 2 pounds over. And in race 8, number 5, No More, 2 pounds over. Horses are making their way on track for today's first race. These are $5,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races, sprinting 5 furlongs over the main track, field of 6. Race 1 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, Double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. First to parade, number 1 is Forest Selection. Brian Shane rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadance. Gary Shadobiak owns and trains the number 2, Quick Reload. The rider is Kirk Johnson. Number 3 is Coubird. Brandon Boulanger rides. John Sims trains and part owns with Denise Carpenter. Number 4 is Gunzig Stinger. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. 5 is Strong Attitude. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Ken Smith and owner Admiral Stable. Completing the field, number 6 is Royal Biz. Leo Salas rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. 6 minutes to post for today's first race. Early pick 5 kicks off here. Starting gate is in position. 2 minutes to post for today's opener. 2 minutes to get your early pick 5 wagers in. Field for the opener is heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 4-5 favorite is the 3, Coubird. 5-2 on the outside runner, Royal Biz. And 4-1 on number 2, Quick Reload. Set to begin loading. Long shot Forest Selection will be the first to go up under Brian Shane. Forest Selection goes in. Quick Reload and Kirk Johnson looking for their third consecutive win. Even money on Coubird with Brandon Boulanger to gate 3. Gunzig Stinger and Pierre Mailhot currently offered at 10-1. Strong Attitude and Chris Husbands. Last to go up will be Royal Biz and Leo Salez. All set. And they're off. Royal Biz broke best with Quick Reload and Gunzig Stinger both showing up along the rail. Forest Selection is also forwardly placed. It's a gap of 2 back to Strong Attitude in 5th. And the trailer is going to be Coubird. They race within the half-mile pole. And on the lead, it is now Quick Reload, a half length better than Gunzig Stinger. Royal Biz is back into 3rd. Pocket Spot 4th for Forest Selection. Gap of 3 back to Coubird, who is now passing Strong Attitude. The opening quarter was 22-2. Gunzig Stinger still has the lead. Royal Biz gaining ground on the outside. Quick Reload 3rd. Forest Selection looking for Racing Room, angling to the outside, and Coubird is gathering momentum as they swing for home. Royal Biz and Gunzig Stinger are locked in battle. Forest Selection is angled to the outside with Coubird rallying deepest of all. Gunzig Stinger has shaken off the challenge of Royal Biz. Coubird is rallying best down the outside. It is Gunzig Stinger. Here comes Coubird and Brandon Boulanger. Coubird sweeps to the front. It's Coubird. 1 1/4 over Gunzig Stinger, then Royal Biz and Forest Selection, 59 flat. Unofficial winner of today's first race is number 3, Coubird, delivering it even money. Second is the number 4, Gunzig Stinger. Third, number 6, Royal Biz. And fourth, number 1, Forest Selection. Unofficial race 1 order, 3, 4, 6, 1. And Coubird now makes his way back to the winner's circle, unofficial winner of today's first race. Coubird, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Klimt out of AA Flaxen Queen. Bred here in Ontario by ANA Farms, Coubird was ridden to victory today by Brandon Boulanger. Fur trainer and part owner John Sims. Owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Third lifetime win in 19 starts for Coubird. Takes his second start here at Fort Erie, rallying to complete 5 furlongs in a time of 59 flat. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. It's official. Coubird pays $4.30 to win, $2.30 and $2.10. Number 4, Gunzig Stinger, $2.80 and $2.90. Third, number 6, Royal Biz, $2.40. $2 exacta, 3-4, 12.20. The $1 try, 3-4-6, 13.75. And the $1 super, 3-4-6-1, $40.15. Couple of claims out of the opener. The winner, Coubird, claimed by Bruno Schickadance, moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis. Also claimed number 6, Royal Biz, taken by Robert Elkins and goes to the barn of trainer Joe Humber. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person plus tax. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie racing program. For more information, go to our website. Changes for today's second race. Number 2, Brady O'Brady, will be 2 pounds overweight, carrying 122. 21 minutes to post.
We're ready for the early pick 4 here in race number 2. $6,250 claimers going postward, specifically for horses that have not won a race since January 10th. 6 furlongs on the main track. A competitive event, an interesting event, but it's not shocking to see the one dotted line taking all the money. You look at his first start this year and his first race since mid-September, and he raced quite well considering that extended layoff. A lot of these horses still raced in October and November, so he's coming off a longer layoff, and I think it was just a fitness kind of issue, right? Wasn't ready to roll maybe at first asking. He did have the lead late and surrendered. He did finish third in that race behind Beyond My Dreams and Half Lit. Half Lit we will see later on in today's program. And prior to that, he only had that one other dirt race locally, which you have to go pretty far down the page to find it. But it was actually in the Prince of Wales several years ago. He actually finished third in that race. So I think just looking at his last out, the level that he faced, I think he's got a big shot to improve today, second off the layoff. And for me, he is my top pick in here. Now, other horses to maybe consider, the number 2, Brady O'Brady, a 9-year-old son of Spaniard, has just been a very consistent type here over the years. Typically, though, claiming those minor checks, second, third, fourth place finishes, and so on and so forth. But I did think he raced very well here in our second week of racing back on May 30th. Yes, he was in for a lesser tag, $4,000, but in terms of trip, he was able to rally from the back of the pack there to finish second, beaten by 3 1/4 lengths. The winner, Artie My Boy, trained by Julie Mathis, came back to finish second next out while taking a considerable step up in class against $8,000 claimers. So I think that puts a little bit of a better perspective on that race back on May 30th. I do think it was maybe tougher than the traditional $4,000 claimer that we see here now. He's been winless in a couple of years. That's why I use him underneath here, and I just think if the pace is right and someone maybe tries to press dotted line, and that could be possibly the number 4 Be the Change, it might set up for him. And now, speaking of the number 4 Be the Change, simply second best last time out behind the Nick Maletti Jr. trainee Striking Moon, who was over a 7th-ranked winner, came back to win his next start very impressively and decisively on the jump up in class. I believe was in for the $8,000 tag in that spot, and it's just been a very competitive horse so far this season. Another case can be made for Be the Change, also a horse that's making that second start off the long layoff. My question with him, though, another horse, it's obviously taken him a while to get another win. We haven't seen that in a couple of years, and you just look at his performances as of late. A lot of second and third place finishes. He typically doesn't have that late punch that would be required to get the job done. So for me, I use him underneath. I think kind of saying that all, it really does look like the number 1 dotted lines race to win. But, it's interesting to watch the horses now make their way into the walking ring. The 2, Brady O'Brady, certainly on his toes, was acting not like he's 9 years old, definitely acting like a young horse out here, which to me, I'm curious to see once the rider gets a leg up if he'll calm down and he'll kind of contain himself. But full of energy. But for me, the number 1 dotted line, my top pick here in race number 2. Don't forget, this is the start of that early pick 4. Best of luck.
Field for today's second race is making their way on track. This is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since January 10th. We're going to go for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000, traveling 6 furlongs over the main track. Race 2 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering with a pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 Post Parade, number 1 is Dotted Line. Pierre Mailhot rides for owner-trainer Jeff Voice. Number 2 is Brady O'Brady. Leo Salas in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is Loquacious. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Catherine Morissette. Number 4 is Be the Change. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Beyond Borders, the number 5, Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Steven Stables Limited. Completing the field, number 6 is Glitter Mountain. Brandon Boulanger pilots for trainer Joe Humber and owner Gerald Erfel. 3 minutes to post for today's second race. $7,500 guaranteed. Pick 4 kicks off here. Starting gate taking position at the 6 furlong mark. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Race 2 starts the $7,500 guaranteed early. Pick 4. Heading behind the starting gate, it is now post time. 1-5 on number 1 Dotted Line, heavily favored in his second start over the Border Oval. 6-1 second choice is number 5 Beyond Borders. Also at 6-1 is number 4 Be the Change. Dotted Line first to go up under Pierre Mailhot. Gate 2 for Brady O'Brady. Leo Salas in the blue cap. Loquacious and Juan Crawford. Gate 3. Be the Change. Chris Husbands in the gold cap. Beyond Borders and Mark Lee Buchanan. Bet down to 4-1 second choice. Last to load will be Glitter Mountain with Brandon Boulanger. All set. And they're off. A clean start, Dotted Line showing up on the rail with Glitter Mountain deep on the track. Between them is Be the Change. It's going to be Glitter Mountain going out to set the pace. Glitter Mountain on top of length over Dotted Line. To the outside in third is Be the Change. 1.5 to Beyond Borders. On the outside in fourth. Along the rail in fifth is Brady O'Brady. And the trailer is Loquacious. Half a mile to go and Glitter Mountain leads the way past the quarter in 22-4. Dotted Line is racing second along the inside, being passed by Be the Change. Beyond Borders has gained ground in the 3 path. 1.5 lengths to Brady O'Brady racing in fifth, and the trailer continues to be Loquacious, but the field is within 5 lengths of another. Just over a quarter of a mile to go, and slipping up the rail, Dotted Line has taken control from Glitter Mountain. Be the Change is still racing in third, past a half in 46-2. They swing for home. Looking for racing room is Brady O'Brady trying to launch a rally. Dotted Line has control. It is Dotted Line and Pierre Mailhot up a length, but here comes Brady O'Brady up the inside. Trying to re-break is Be the Change. It is Dotted Line responding. Dotted Line and Pierre Mailhot on top. Dotted Line going on to win. It is Dotted Line winning 1 3/4 over Brady O'Brady. A photo for third between Be the Change and Loquacious. 6 furlongs in 1:11 flat. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 1, Dotted Line. Second, number 2, Brady O'Brady. It's a photo for show. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's number 4, Be the Change, over number 3, Loquacious. Unofficial race 2 order, 1, 2, 4, 3. Hold all tickets. We have a rider's claim of foul into race number 2. The rider of number 2, Brady O'Brady, alleging interference against the unofficial winner, Dotted Line, at the start. So once again, that is a rider's claim of foul, 2 against 1 at the start. Hold all tickets until the inquiry has concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a disqualification in today's second race for causing interference to both numbers 2, Brady O'Brady, and 3, Loquacious. The unofficial winner, Dotted Line, has been disqualified from first and placed fourth. New order of finish will be 2-4-3-1. Once again, that is for causing interference to numbers 2, Brady O'Brady, and number 3, Loquacious, shortly after the start. Number 1, Dotted Line, has been disqualified and placed fourth. Race 2 to go official momentarily. Now in the winner's circle, Brady O'Brady, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Spaniard out of Forest's Mist, bred in Ontario by Danny Zita. Ridden to victory today by Leo Salas for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Brady O'Brady earns his 7th lifetime victory in 59 starts, his 7th here at Fort Erie. Winning time for the 6 furlongs is 1:11 flat. Brady O'Brady returns 29.80, 10.60, and 8.30. Number 4, Be the Change, 4.90 and 4.80. That's a Radcliffe Racing Stable exactor. Loquacious, 4.60 to show. $2 exacta, 2.4, 97.30. The $1 try, 2.43, 99.95. $1 super, 2.431, $214.95. And the $2 double, 3-2, 51.10. On screen now, the show photo for today's second race. I suppose that becomes the place photo now after the disqualification. Show photo between numbers 4 and 3 on screen now. Be sure to mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Race 3 is coming up in 15 minutes. We have a couple of overweights. Number 3, Venomous State, will be 1 pound over at 121. And number 5, Strong Ending, will be 3 pounds over at 123.
In front of me right now is one of the runners for race number 3, a starter optional claiming event, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. That was the number 4, Summer Retreat, who absolutely looks excellent. Was just talking to his connections. I think he's put a lot of weight on since his last race, but he is not my top pick in here. I did go to the number 1, Shaku Maku, who last time out was tremendous here. I know he had to kind of dig deep in those final jumps to the wire, was able to get the job done by a neck, but the big thing is he really put it together in his second start off the layoff, and in the past he has needed a couple of races to get going, and to see the fractions that he set against that group, I was very impressed with him. I wasn't sure he'd be able to jump up to this level and kind of have the same race that he's been able to have, but I was very impressed with him. I know when you kind of look down the page, there are other speedsters in here. Basically the 3 to his outside all have speed, that being the 2 Vinny Van Gogh, the 3 Venomous State, as well as the number 4 Summer Retreat. But I think on paper he may be the speed of the speed, and he's kind of a one-trick pony in that sense, draws the rail. So I'm willing to use him on top, but the speed could be very hot in here. I think horses could close from off of it. Now, a couple of these are trained by Julie Mathis. She'll send out the 2 Vinny Van Gogh, as well as the number 4 Summer Retreat. And looking at Vinny Van Gogh, he's a horse I'm going to use underneath in here as well, based on that speed. I think he's a horse that when I looked at him, I was between second and third place with him. Was debating between the 5 Strong Ending and just talking about the speed. After looking at the number 1 Shakumaku, I do go to the 5 Strong Ending. Look at Strong Ending. His first race of the meet was last time out in a stakes race, and I thought he fared very well behind Alacritas, trained by Kevin Buttigieg, who already had a win here, came back to win next time out, certainly had the fitness edge. And this is a horse that, yes, he had 2 races earlier this year at Tampa, but he had a bunch of time off. I think he needed the race. And we're talking about the speed in here. I think he's going to get the trip. He has been closer to the pace in the past, but looking at him last time out and the ability that he had to close from off of it, I think he has a huge shot. It was his only defeat here at Fort Erie. Last year he went 5 for 5 and was the horse of the year. So I do use him in the second spot just with the speed in here. And as I was talking about moments ago, the 2 Vinny Van Gogh, last time out he made his first start outside of the Sunshine State. Very familiar with him when he was down at Gulfstream Park. He was claimed left and right, especially back in 2021. And he's a speedster. He does have the ability, though, to sit just off of it. Last time out, he was forwardly placed and sat off of it to finish third, beaten by 7.5. But I think when you think about how the race shaped up, Alacritas was the speed on paper, was pulling away, and this horse was pressing the pace. So I think he had things against him in that specific race. I'm curious to see what he'll be able to do today for just his third start for the Connections and his second off the layoff. But I did go to the horse on the rail, the number 1 Shakumaku, followed by the 5 Strong Ending, and then the 2 Vinny Van Gogh. A very, very competitive race here. Excited to see this one get involved here. Plenty of wagering opportunities. Best of luck.
Field for today's third race is making their way on track. This is a starter optional claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're going to sprint 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Shaku Maku. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Anthony Alderson and owner Ryan Alderson. 2 is Vinny Van Gogh. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owners Joseph and Charles Loacano. Thomas Pritchard owns the 3, Venomous State. Helen Vanek has the call for trainer Nick Malini Jr. Number 4 is Summer Retreat. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Alicia Robillard. Strong Ending, the number 5, Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Chickadans. Number 6 is Big Time Louie. Brian Shane pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Steven Stables Limited. And also going for the combo of Even Steven Stables and Roy Augustino is number 7, Letting Loose. The rider is Mark Lee Buchanan. 4 minutes to post for race 3. Field for the third race is heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money on the 5, Strong Ending, Fort Erie's 2022 Horse of the Year. First to load is Vinny Van Gogh with Kirk Johnson. Strong Ending, Ishmael Mascara, Even Money, they're up next. Outside gate for Letting Loose in the white blinkers, Markley Buchanan. Big Time Louie in the red blinkers with Brian Shane. 22-1 on Big Time Louie. Up to the rail, Shaku Maku and Chris Husbands. The gray Venomous State with Helen Vanek. And last to load will be Summer Retreat with Melanie Pinto. We are all set. And they're off. Shaku Maku broke a bit slowly. Strong Ending is showing surprising early speed. Now rushing up the rail, here comes Shaku Maku. Vinny Van Gogh is also forwardly placed. Deep on the track is Big Time Louie with Venomous State to his inside. Racing sixth on the outside is Letting Loose, and the trailer is Summer Retreat. Less than a half mile to go, and Shaku Maku is on a 2-length lead. Vinny Van Gogh and Strong Ending races a pair in second, past a quarter in 22 and 3. Racing between horses is Letting Loose. Racing along the rail is Venomous State. Well back to Summer Retreat, who trails with just over a quarter of a mile to go. Shaku Maku is still in control. Strong Ending asked for more at 8-5 in the 3-path. Vinny Van Gogh between them. Trying to rally now is Big Time Louie. They swing for home, and Shaku Maku still has the lead. Strong Ending rallying down the outside. Big Time Louie has died to the rail trying to pass Vinny Van Gogh. Strong Ending has swept to control past the furlong pole. It is Strong Ending up by 2. Shaku Maku trying to hold second, but his strides are shortening. Big Time Louie rallying along the rail, but Strong Ending much the best. A 3-length winner over Big Time Louie, then Vinny Van Gogh and Shaku Maku, 104 and 2. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 5, Strong Ending. Second, number 6, Big Time Louie. Third, number 2, Vinny Van Gogh. And fourth, number 1, Shaku Maku. Unofficial race 3 order, 5, 6, 2, 1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 5, Strong Ending. He's a 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Strong Mandate out of Wise Ending, bred in Kentucky by Bob and Alice Austin. 2022's Fort Erie Horse of the Year was ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mascara for trainer Richard Davis. and leading owner Bruno Schickadance. That is Strong Ending's 10th career win in 42 starts. 6 of those wins have taken place here at the Border Oval. The winner of the Puss in Boots Cup and the Helsinki MSA Cup of 2022 completed the 5 1/2 furlongs today in a time of 1:04 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 3 is official. It is official. Prices are up. Strong Ending pays $5.30, $3.60, and $2.70. Big Time Louie was an overlay. He paid $11.40 to place and $6.20. Vinny Van Gogh, $8.10 to show. $2 exacta, $5.6, $52.70. The $1 try, $5.62, $240, $55. $1 super, $5.621, $630.30. The $2 double, $2.5, $104.70. And the $1 pick 3, $112.30. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on track, would Rick White please report to the security office immediately? Once again, Rick White, please report to the security office immediately. Fort Erie Racetrack would like to welcome our friends from Niagara Falls Casino, Cage, Coin, and Impressments employees. We hope you all have a great time here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Changes for race 4, a rider change on number 2, Vittori Kin. Make the rider Michael David. And an overweight on number 4, AI Initiative, will be 2 pounds over at 122. Back on the turf for race 4, 16 minutes to post.
We're getting ready for our first turf race on the card. Race number 4, a $6,250 claiming event for horses that have not won a race this year or have not won 4 races in their career. We're going to go about a mile here, so 2 turns. Really interesting group. I go to the number 6, William Boy, who I know if you look at that last effort, let's just say what it was. It was very dull. I mean, it was a 5-horse field. He was 4th, beaten by over 32 lengths, but a couple takeaways. It was going around 2 turns. It was over the slop on the main track. That's not what he wants. If you look at his best races in his career so far, his 3 wins, they were either on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream Park or locally here on the turf course. And I just think looking at his 2 races at Fort Erie, they stand out to me. Yes, the numbers were big, but for me, it's also the way that he won his races. He got really great trips just off the pace and was able to draw clear in both of them. Chris Husbands was aboard for one of those wins. He sticks with him. He's ridden him in his last 3 races. So for me, he's my top pick in this spot. Now, other ones maybe to consider. The number 2, Vittori Kin. This one for Bermuda Blue Farm, trainer Anthony Adamo. The connections have gotten kind of hotter as the meet goes on. A couple of their horses maybe just needed that first local outing. Equipment changes, you name it. And looking at this 10-year-old gelding, he does have that 1 win this year. That was 3 starts back at the $5,000 level. More recently, he did win another race after that, but was disqualified and placed 2nd. And in his first outing here, he did tackle tough competition. He was against starter optional claiming event competition. The winner was Dots Vision, who's now his stablemate, who came back to win next time out and has been racing very well so far at the meet. Not sure what to do with the effort, though. I mean, it was a pretty dull effort. He's going to need to change things around. Michael David has the mount in here. I could see him, being able to take this competition really easily, or I could see him maybe, getting a minor piece in here. He does look good here in the walking ring, as I mentioned, a 10-year-old son of Vittori. And then rounding out my selections, I think the number 7, One Punch Charlie, is very interesting for the George Newland barn. Not only does he draw to the outside, but he's been forwardly placed in some of his efforts. You can see 2 and 3 starts back. One of those up at Woodbine, but that race 2 back is the one I'm keen in on. It was around 2 turns. It was about the 7/8 distance against this level of competition. And he was game throughout. It was kind of a contested pace in terms of the fact that horses were scrambling for the lead in there. I thought he ran well to finish 2nd behind Dr. Uptown, who was a little further back than him early on and made a late run. And that's a horse that absolutely loves this turf course and has a lot more experience here at the Fort. So I'm just curious about this one. I think he's interesting from the pace perspective and could be involved early, and maybe Half Lit does go. I mean, he showed speed last time out, but if One Punch Charlie gets out there, I think they might have a tough time wrangling him in. But I'm very curious to see the number 6, William Boy, in the spot. Love him getting back on the turf today and getting back around 2 turns on this surface. Just a couple moments away here from horses getting onto the track for race 4. Don't forget, it's the start of the late pick 5 with that $7,500 guarantee pool. Best of luck.
Field for today's 4th race is making their way on track. This is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go about 1 mile over the turf course for a price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering with a pool guaranteed at $7,500. Number 1 is Half Lit. Melanie Pinto rides for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Number 2, Vittori Kin. Michael David picks up the call for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. Radcliffe Racing Stable owns the 3, Redoubts Light. Amanda Vandermeersch in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard. Number 4 is AI Initiative. Leo Salas rides for trainer Sharon Chicato and owner Jim Vitier. Number 5 is Unilateral. Keve Nichols rides for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner P413 Racing. William Boy, the number 6, Chris Husbands rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Candice Warwick. Completing the field, number 7 is One Punch Charlie. Jodine Anderson in to ride for trainer George Newland and owner Warren LeBlanc. We're on the turf for race 4, start of the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5, 1 minute to post. Horses for today's fourth race have crossed onto the turf course. Starting gate about to take position. Not much time left to get your wagers in. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5 kicks off here. Heading up to the starting gate for today's fourth race. It is now post time. This is a wide open board. Co-favorite at 3-1 are number 2, Vittori Kin, and 5, Unilateral. 7-2 on the 3, Readouts Light. 5-1 on the outside runners, William Boy and One Punch Charlie. First to load is AI Initiative, or One Punch Charlie, sorry, with Jodine Anderson. One Punch Charlie goes in without the rider, Jodine Anderson, to climb back aboard. To the rail is Half Lit with Melanie Pinto. Half Lit goes in. Gate 2 for the 10-year-old, Vittori Kin. Michael David picks up the mount. Readouts Light with Amanda Vandermeersch. AI Initiative looking to give Leo Salas his second win on the card. AI Initiative goes in. Unilateral in his Fort Erie debut. Keve Nichols in to ride. The last to load will be William Boy and Chris Husbands. All set. And they're off. AI Initiative broke a bit slow. One Punch Charlie is showing speed from the far outside with Half Lit along the rail, but One Punch Charlie effortlessly clears to the inside. One Punch Charlie is up by 4 as they cross under the wire the first time. Half Lit is racing in second with William Boy a length back in third. A gap of 2 back to Vittori Kin racing in fourth. Another 3 back to AI Initiative, who races along the rail with Unilateral to his outside, and the trailer is Readouts Light. The opening quarter was 23-4, and opening up a commanding early margin is One Punch Charlie as they swing into the backstretch. It is One Punch Charlie up by about 5. Half Lit and William Boy share second, 2 lengths better than Vittori Kin in fourth. Another 2 back to AI Initiative, with Unilateral and Readouts Light both creeping closer from the back. Midway down the backstretch, and One Punch Charlie's lead is down to 3. William Boy is into second, a neck better than Half Lit. Vittori Kin begins to descend into 3 path. He's effortlessly moved into place. One Punch Charlie's lead has diminished as Vittori Kin sweeps to the lead. It is Vittori Kin on top as they race into the far turn. One Punch Charlie second. William Boy needs to do better from third as Unilateral races between horses. Redoubt's Light on the far outside, past a half in 49 and 3 with a quarter of a mile to go. Vitorikin on a 2-length lead as they swing for home. One Punch Charlie still second. Unilateral into third, passing William Boy down the stretch they come. It is Vitorikin, the 10-year-old with Michael David. Unilateral tries to rally from the back with AI Initiative deep on the track, up the fence. Here comes William Boy. It's Vitorikin still on top. Vitorikin on top by 3, looking for the wire as AI Initiative rallies, but it is Vitorikin. Vitorikin wins over AI Initiative. Rallying for third was Half Lit with Unilateral fourth, 140 and 4. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 2, Vitorikin. Second was the 4, AI Initiative. Third, number 1, Half Lit. And fourth, number 5, Unilateral. Unofficial race 4 order, 2-4-1-5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 2, Vitorikin. Vitorikin is a 10-year-old bay gelding by Vittori out of Miss Kin, bred in Brazil by Haras Old Friends. The mount was picked up today by Michael David, his first win of the season. Trained by Tony Adamo for owner Bermuda Blue Farm. That's career win number 9 in 50 starts for Vitorikin, who completed the about 1 mile distance today in a time of 140 and 4. Hold all tickets until the 4th is made official. Prices are up. Vitorikin, $13.30 to win, $580, $430. Number 4, AI Initiative, $680 and $430. And number 1, Half Lit, $430. The $2 exacta, $2,477.10. The $1 try, $241, $176.85. $1 super, $2,415, $1,014.55. $2 double, $5.2, $23.60. And the $1 pick 3, $301.60. Be sure to join us on track tomorrow. After the races, we'll have our free concert featuring the Howling Horns. The concert starts after the final race around 8 p.m. Admission, as always, is free. Tomorrow's Howling Horns concert sponsored by Casey Langeland and Marge Ott of Revel Realty Fort Erie. Race 5 is coming up in 17 minutes. The only change is an overweight. The number 2, Loki's Lightning, will be 2 pounds over at 115 pounds. Could trainer Jeff Voice please contact the Jocks Room as soon as possible? Jeff Voice, please contact the Jocks Room as soon as possible.
Fillies and Mares take the spotlight here in race number 5, a maiden special weight event set to go 6 furlongs on the main track. It's an interesting group. A couple of horses I think caught my eye based on their last performances here at Fort Erie, mainly that being the number 1 Hermione Granger and the 7 Heading West. And I think there could be a case made for both of them and maybe a case made against them. I ultimately did go to the rail, the number 1 Hermione Granger for trainer Julie Mathis. I think looking at the debut, was very impressed. Now, the horse that ended up winning the race is the number 4 in that race, is a Breeze, who's trained by John Sims, a first-time starter who had really speedy drills going into the race, broke on top. And this filly, that was not the case at all. She had a poor start. She was last away out of the gate. And if you watch the head-on, not exactly sure what happened. I mean, she was a tad slow, but it's not like she reared or hopped at the start. But she did take a little bit of a weird step and was last away. Then kind of made her move and advanced up into second. She almost looked at one point like she was going to kind of continue to dig in and maybe get by, but the winner ended up being much the best. Now, the one thing I will say against this horse today, I don't love the rail draw. I wish she would have been drawn somewhere else in terms of the starting gate, but if she can break today and break better, maybe she'll be very tough from that inside draw. And I mentioned the number 7 Heading West. She's probably on paper maybe the one to beat. She has 2 local attempts here at Fort Erie. She was second in both of them. When you look at who beat her most recently, getting ahead, came back to win next time out, and then 2 starts back. That was on opening day in that cup race for maidens. And I think in terms of the performance, she still raced pretty well. She was the pace setter in there. She tired to see behind, I should say, Feel Like Guessing, who we'll actually see later today in that allowance level non-winners of 2 life race on the turf course. So Heading West, I think, is probably the one to beat. My one knock against her, she has early foot. Maybe she's just hooked 2 tougher horses in her last 2, but she's going to have to go an additional 1/8 of a mile today. So I'm wondering, is she really a 3/4 of a mile type or a 5/8? I guess we'll find out in a few moments. And then from here, I think it's a wide open event. I think maybe the 3 I Got It Good is an interesting horse. First off the clay for Joe Humber. But I also thought the 5, Pick a Penny, was interesting. And this is the horse that I'm going to use underneath Justin Stein, set to ride. He comes down from Woodbine to ride this one for Marc Fournier and joins the barn of Marc Fournier. And you look at the races, second time out last year, late in that 3-year-old season. She raced very well in a big field of 14. You get those big fields late in the season at Woodbine. And she rallied late to finish second, only beaten by a length and a half. In her first start this year, hooked tougher competition than she's going to face today. Now she's going to try the dirt for the first time, which is always a question. Her work's not necessarily the speediest locally, but a big thing here is the pedigree. This is the daughter of Amis Holiday, who had some success on the dirt. I think second to last race of his career, he was able to win an optional claiming event at Keeneland. And his runners, from a sample size of 109 starts, they've won 17% of the time in dirt sprints. So excited to see this one try the dirt for the first time. But I do ultimately go to the number 1, Hermione Granger, as my top pick. Horses will be out here momentarily as jocks step into the walking ring for race number 5. Good luck.
Field for today's 5th races, making their way on track. Maiden allowance, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, sprinting 6 furlongs over the main track. Race 5 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, Double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Number 1 is Hermione Granger. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 2, Loki's Lightning. Deshaun Bino has the call for trainer Gary Chidobiak and owner Bill Thompson Jr. Robert Elkins, owner of the 3, I Got It Good. Amanda Vandermeer's pilots for trainer Joe Humber. Number 4 is Leah's Sunshine. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 5, Pick a Penny. Justin Stein rides for trainer Mark Fournier and owner Amy Drew. Number 6 is Silent Warning. Brandon Boulanger has the call for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Canny Ing. And completing the field, number 7 is Heading West. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Lori Norris. Late pick 4 wagering coming up here in the 5th. Starting gate taking position at the 6 furlong mark. Not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. Late pick 4 starts here. Set to begin loading for today's 5th race. It is now post time. 3-2 on the rail runner, Hermione Granger, who will be the first to load. Under Pierre Mailhot. Hermione Granger, a second-time starter who debuted with a runner-up finish on June 26th. Hermione Granger goes in. Next up will be the gray filly, Loki's Lightning, with Deshaun Bino. Leah's Sunshine and Kirk Johnson will come to gate 4. First-time starter Silent Warning will be the next to come up with Brandon Boulanger aboard. Actually, scratch that. They're going to bring Pick a Penny and Justin Stein to gate 5. Almost got Pick a Penny in. Pick a Penny, still reluctant to go up. Still not in with Pick a Penny. And it looks like they've got Pick a Penny in. Next up will be first-time starter Silent Warning with Brandon Boulanger. Outside gate for Heading West and Melanie Pinto. The last to go up will be I Got It Good with Amanda Vandermeersch. All set. And they're off. Heading West was out best from the far outside. Loki's Lightning is also showing up with I Got It Good forwardly placed between them. 1.5 back to Pick a Penny, racing between horses with Hermione Granger rushing up the rail. At the back are Leah's Sunshine and Silent Warning. Down the backstretch they go. Loki's Lightning has the lead. Hermione Granger has rushed up the rail to put the pressure on from second. Deep on the track in third is Heading West with I Got It Good racing in fourth. Well spotted in fifth along the inside is Pick a Penny. It's a gap of 5 back to Silent Warning and Leah's Sunshine. The opening quarter was raced in 23 and 1. They're dueling up front. Heading West is rushing up the three path to stick her head in front. Loki's Lightning is second between horses with Hermione Granger along the rail. Pick a Penny is looking for racing room. I Got It Good has yet to show response from fifth. The trailers have not made up much ground. 47 and 1 for the half, and they swing for home. It is now Loki's Lightning on top with trying to rally is Pick a Penny. Loki's Lightning up by 2. Pick a Penny second. It's well back to the rest. That's not Loki's Lightning on top. The leader is Heading West. Heading West is extending in the final 16th of a mile. It is Heading West, much the best, winning by about 4.5. Pick a Penny was second. Loki's Lightning third, and then Hermione Granger, 1:11 and 3. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 7, Heading West. Second, the 5, Pick a Penny. Third, number 2, Loki's Lightning. And fourth, number 1, Hermione Granger. Unofficial race 5 order, 7-5-2-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 7, Heading West. Heading West is a 3-year-old bay filly by Klimt out of Naples Dream, bred in Kentucky by Brookstone Farm and Lee Mauboray. Ridden to victory today by Melanie Pinto for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Lori Norris. Heading West breaks the maiden in attempt number 7 after a pair of runner-up finishes, completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:11 and 3. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Prices are up. Heading West returns $710, $380, and $270. Number 5, Pick a Penny, $550 and $340. And number 2, Loki's Lightning, $340. $2 exacta, $7.5, $29.90. The $1 try, $7.52, $45.05. $1 super, $7.521, $83.55. $2 double, $2.7, $49.30. $1 pick 3, $63.20. The $1 pick 4, $694.70. And the $1 pick 5, $925.40. We want to welcome Niagara Lamplighters to Fort Erie Racetrack joining us today. Enjoy your day at the races. The dog races are coming back to Fort Erie. Wiener Dogs take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and then the Basset Hounds are coming out on Sunday, August 13th. Changes for the 6th race, a rider change on number 4, Luema, make the rider Michael David. And a vet scratch of the number 5, Tickle Her Toe. 19 minutes to post.
Race 6 is up next. 5.5 furlongs is the distance here on the main track for fillies and mares. A $4,000 beaten claimers going postward. One scratch in here of the number 5, Tickler Toe. Also a rider change on the number 4, Luema. Make the rider Michael David. And looking at this field, the number 7, Let's Run 2, is going to take probably most of the respect in this spot. Was a very impressive winner last time out, and Rachel Slavinsky's been riding very well. Had 2 wins here last week from her 2 mounts in the one day, and rode this one last time out. So got the weight break, but also a key equipment change last time out. The blinkers went on. I think that made all the difference because this one was able to go to the front in that 5-horse race and draw clear. It was very easy. It was going 5 furlongs today. She's going to go 5.5. I don't think that's going to be a problem whatsoever. And I love the outside draw for her. I think it gives her options where if someone else towards the inside decides to go, she can kind of maybe tuck in and get good position. So I do use her on top in here. The connections of Bermuda Blue Farm. Anthony Adamo won earlier today with Vittori Kin on the turf. Now others from here. The number 6, Sienna Dream. I'm waiting for her to kind of return to form. She was very competitive here in 2022, had a slew of good races and ended up actually winning 2 races. She won her 3rd lifetime win, and then against $8,000 claimers, she was able to beat a couple of runners, one of which she'll face again today, Cozy Cat. And she faced some tough fillies and mares in some of those races. Now, you look at her first race off the long layoff back on June 12th, and I thought she ran really well on a sloppy track. She faced similar competition in ways and finished 2nd behind Sweet Finale, who was a winner next time out, was actually claimed out of that race. And more recently, while facing those tougher fillies and mares at the $8,000 level, she was unable to hold her own. So I think the class relief gives her a bit of an advantage today. It should help her improve. And she was on her toes when she came over here, full of energy, which to me was a great sign. And then finally, the number 1, Cozy Cat. She's another one that raced really well first off the layoff back on June 13th. She was just 2nd best behind Snell Flicka. And in terms of trips, Snell Flicka went to the front, was able to prevail. She tried to do that in her last start as well. And then Cozy Cat last time out, a similar story, just didn't have anything in that race, was further back than she likes to be, and wasn't able to make a late run. So I'm excited to see her back on a fast track. I do think the off track played into that last time out. So she's getting better conditions that she's liked, and her 3 wins have come over a fast track, 2 of them here at Fort Erie. So I think she can improve. I think looking at her energy while she was getting saddled and was walking around, she was a little bit calmer than when I saw her last time in the paddock in the walking ring. So I thought that was a good sign from her. But for me, the number 7, Let's Run 2, looks extremely tough. That'll end up being my top pick. Best of luck here in the upcoming 6th.
$4,000 claiming fillies and mares making their way on track for today's 6th race. Non-winners of a race in 2023 or have never won 4 races life. We're going to go 5.5 furlongs over the main track. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Cozy Cat. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Larry Hutchison. Number 2, All About the Drama. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owners Michael Johns and David Rabior. Scott Simmons owns the 3, Ready to Rumble. Brian Shane in the saddle for trainer Valerie Thompson. Number 4 is Luema. Michael David picks up the mount for trainer Mike Blake and owners Ascot Stud, James Wilworth, and Rachel Stalker Parks. Scratch the 5, number 6 is Sienna Dream. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Tony Sefarazza. Rounding out the field, number 7 is Let's Run 2. Rachel Slavinsky rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. 4 minutes to post for race 6, final pick 3 of the day coming up here. Starting gate taking position, 1 minute to post for today's 6th race. Heading up to the gate for today's 6th race, it is now post time. Heavy favorite on the outside is number 7, Let's Run 2, currently at 1-2. 5-1 second choice is the 4, Luema. 6-1 on the rail run here, Cozy Cat. Cozy Cat, the first to load under Amanda Vandermeersch. All About the Drama. Melanie Pinto looking for a race-to-race double. Ready to Rumble kicks off her season here under Brian Shane. Luema, Michael David. To gate 4, Sienna Dream and Kirk Johnson. And the last to load will be Let's Run 2 with Rachel Slavinsky. All set. And they're off. All About the Drama, shot out of the gate. Let's Run 2 is going to be second along the outside. Cozy Cat is racing from third on the rail with Ready to Rumble between horses. Deep on the track is Sienna Dream. And it's a gap of 3 back to Luema, who trails the field in the early running. All About the Drama being hounded on the lead by the 1-5 favorite, Let's Run 2. Sienna Dream cruises into third, about 3 lengths off of the leaders, past a quarter in 22 3. Cozy Cat is ridden along from fourth, saving ground 2 lengths better than Ready to Rumble, and Luema is still at the back. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Let's Run 2 has the lead over All About the Drama, who just took a bump as they passed the quarter pole. Sharing third are Sienna Dream and Cozy Cat as they swing for home. Let's Run 2 sticks the head of front of All About the Drama, who's still sticking on. Cozy Cat tries to rally. The half was 46 2. It is Let's Run 2 still on the lead. All About the Drama had to check as Let's Run 2 drifted. Cozy Cat is rallying. Let's Run 2 has the lead. Let's Run 2 by 3. Let's Run 2 and Rachel Slavinsky. A photo for place between Cozy Cat and All About the Drama. Luema rallied to be fourth, 105 4. Stewart's inquiry into the running of the 6th race, looking at the stretch run between number 7, Let's Run 2, and number 2, All About the Drama. Stewart's inquiry has been posted. On top of the steward's inquiry, a rider's claim of foul has been lodged. The rider of number 2, All About the Drama, alleging interference against number 7, Let's Run 2, down the stretch. So once again, that's a steward's inquiry and a rider's claim of foul into the stretch run of race 6. In the place photo, number 1, Cozy Cat over number 2, All About the Drama. Third was the 4, Luema. Unofficial race 6 order is 7-1-2-4. But once again, we have an inquiry into the stretch run involving the unofficial winner. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a disqualification in today's sixth race. For interference down the stretch run, number 7, Let's Run 2, has been disqualified from first and placed third behind the number 2, All About the Drama. New order of finish is 1-2-7-4. Once again, for interference down the stretch run, number 7, Let's Run 2, has been disqualified from first and placed third. Now in the winner's circle, unofficial winner of today's sixth race, number 1, Cozy Cat. Cozy Cat is a 6-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Kozan out of Combat Cat. Bred in Florida by Hickstead Farm, Cozy Cat was ridden to victory today by Amanda Vandermeersch, trained by Daryl Ezra for owner Larry Hutchison. That's lifetime win number 4 and 25 starts for Cozy Cat. Winning time for the 5 1/2 furlongs today, 1:05.4. It's official. Cozy Cat returns 21-10, 14-20, and 280. Number 2, All About the Drama, 22-10 and 470. And number 7, Let's Run 2, 210. $2 exacta, 1-2, $211.90. The $1 try, 127. $216.20. The $1 super, 1274, $506.70. $2 double, 71, 147.70. And the $1 pick 3, $413.85. On screen now, the place photo for today's sixth race. Although with the disqualification, that's now the win photo. Race 6 photo finish on screen now. Racing resumes tomorrow here at Fort Erie Racetrack. First post will be 4:30. Changes for the 7th race. Overweight on number 2, Devil in Her Heart, 3 pounds over at 113. And number 7, Black Taffy, 2 pounds over at 120. 14 minutes to post. We had a claim out of race 6, number 7, Let's Run 2, claimed by owner-trainer Jeff Voice.
And we're off at a Sit-A-Boy Down. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. First post, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Watch and wager with some of the lowest takeout rates in the industry. $50,000 pick 4 guaranteed pool. Jackpot pick 5 and over $1 million in daily wagering. We're bringing weekend quality racing to weeknights. Watch ASD Live. For more information, visit asdowns.com.
We're getting set here for the late daily double, race number 7, an allowance event for fillies and mares in search of their second lifetime win. Set to go about 5/8 here on the turf course. And it's an interesting group for a couple of reasons. You look at some of the runners in here. We have a maiden, probably looking for that turf spot. This is the spot they went with, facing winners against this group. We see a couple of horses that may want to go around 2 turns, but this is the spot that they've chosen, going that 1 turn, 5/8 distance. So I think it makes it interesting. We'll start with the number 7, Black Taffy, who was very impressive here 2 starts back. On a nice trip just off the pace, going today's distance in that first start as a newly turned 4-year-old off a very long layoff, over 10 months and when it was all said and done. And I thought she raced really well off the pace, made a late run and was able to draw clear by almost a length in there. A couple of other horses were making late moves as well, but the way that she had performed, I thought it was worth using her on top. You look at her next start. You may say, well, she finished 7th, but she really wasn't beaten by much. That's the thing that I'm reading into. She lost by less than 3 lengths, all said and done, and she faced $15,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime up at Woodbine on the synthetic. So she's going to take that little bit of cut back today, going to cut back 1/8 of a mile and get back on this turf course, which, hey, we know she's been successful. She has been able to record that win here. Now, other ones maybe to consider in this field, the number 1, Sneaky Rebel. Really curious to see this one get the rider up. She was a little sassy getting saddled up here, feeling good, and I'm hoping that once the rider gets in the irons, she'll kind of get herself composed and act a little bit better. But this is a horse that was second back on May 12th up at Woodbine, while in for $7,500. She was claimed off of Coldbrook Farms and joined the Dale Powell barn. And in her first start locally, it was on the dirt. She had to face Can't Beat the Cats, who is simply much the best in this spot. But Sneaky Rebel did have to grind it out to hang on for second against this level of competition, but on the dirt. So she's going to get on to the turf here locally for the first time. Look at her races. 3 of her 4 in the money finishes were on the synthetics. I don't think the surface should be too much of a problem for her, and it sees that Chris Husbands has the mount, which I think is a positive sign. And then from here, I think it's wide open. As I mentioned, Brianna Tarth is the maiden that's going to try to get it done against winners. You look at her races, she's been close in her last couple efforts, but she's needed a bit more. If this race is at 7/8, I think I'd like her a bit more in this spot. So I started to look at others. And another one that I think needs more distance to win, but should still show up and looks great here, dappled out, is the number 6, Miss Schiller, who was second 2 starts back at this distance, right behind Black Taffy, was closing from further back and made a really nice late run, just was second best behind her. And then more recently, at the 7/8 distance, was able to get the job done again against maiden special weight competition. So look at her races here. She hasn't been out of the top 2, but I think she's one that is going to need extra ground maybe to get the job done. But in terms of how horses look, she's certainly one that caught my eye. As I mentioned, she's dappled out, very well behaved here in the walking ring. But for me, the number 7, Black Taffy, ends up being my top pick. Best of luck here in race number 7.
Field for today's 7th races making their way on track. Allowance fillies and mares, which have never won 2 races. We're going to sprint about 5 furlongs over the turf course. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Number 1 is Sneaky Rebel. Chris Husbands rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 2, Devil in Her Heart. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Number 3 is What's Wrong With You. Brian Shane rides for trainer Valerie Thompson and owner Scott Simmons. Number 4, Brian of Tarth. Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Bruno Schickadans owns the 5, Feel Like Guessing. Rachel Slavinsky has the call for trainer Richard Davis. Number 6 is Miss Schiller. Omar Marino rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Completing the field is Charlie Brown's Black Taffy. Leo Salas rides for trainer Pierre Crete. Late double wagering coming up here in the 7th. Field for race 7 has crossed onto the turf course. Starting gate about to take position. Not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Heading up to the gate for today's 7th race. It is now post time. 9-5 favorite is the outside runner, Black Taffy. 3-1 on the rail runner, Sneaky Rebel, as well as the 6, Miss Schiller. 4-1 on number 4, Brian of Tarth. Sneaky Rebel and Chris Husbands, the first to go up. Gate 2 for Devil in Her Heart with Alexis Sanchez. What's Wrong with You? Brian Shane. Will come to gate 3. What's Wrong with You? Making her first start of the 2023 season. Brian of Tarth and Juan Crawford. Gate 4. Feel Like Guessing with Rachel Slavinsky. Miss Schiller, a last out winner under Omar Marino. Last up will be Black Taffy and Leo Salas. Still awaiting Miss Schiller. Miss Schiller not in yet. The first 5 waiting patiently. Miss Schiller still making things difficult behind the gate. Still waiting on Miss Schiller, who's been quite difficult to load. And it looks like they've got Miss Schiller in. Black Taffy and Leo Salas will complete the line. All set. And they're off. Breaking sharply was What's Wrong with You with Feel Like Guessing, and Miss Schiller is at the back. Rushing up the rail is Sneaky Rebel. It's Sneaky Rebel, Devil in Her Heart, Feel Like Guessing, and What's Wrong with You, making a line of 4 early. That gives a good spot to Brian of Tarth, who's racing about 4 lengths off the lead with Miss Schiller to her outside. They race into the far turn, trying to clear from the far outside. Black Taffy has seized control, 2 lengths after a quarter in 22 and 3. Sneaky Rebel is racing in second along the inside with Feel Like Guessing third. Devil in Her Heart is fourth along the rail. What's Wrong With You fifth. Miss Schiller begins to wind up from the back, and Brian of Tarth is looking for room. They swing for home, and Black Taffy has the lead. Sneaky Rebel is wrangled to the outside. Devil in Her Heart tries to rally up the fence, and deep on the track is Feel Like Guessing. Black Taffy still in control at the 8th pole. Deep on the track, Feel Like Guessing is rallying. Black Taffy still has the lead. Feel Like Guessing. Here comes Brian of Tarth surging from the back, but not going to get to Black Taffy. Black Taffy by 2. Brian of Tarth stormed home for second, then Devil in Her Heart and Feel Like Guessing. 1 minute and 3/5. Unofficial in the 7th, the winner is number 7, Black Taffy. Closing to get second was the 4, Brian of Tarth. Third, number 2, Devil in Her Heart. And fourth, number 5, Feel Like Guessing. Unofficial race 7 order is 7-4-2-5. Ladies and gentlemen, hold all tickets. We have a rider's claim a foul in today's 7th race. The rider of number 5, Feel Like Guessing, alleging interference against the unofficial winner, number 7, Black Taffy, around the turn. Once again, that is a rider's claim a foul, 5 against 7, involving racing action on the turn. Hold all tickets until the inquiry has concluded. No change. The results will stand. Race 7 to go official shortly. Order 7425. Now in the winner's circle, the winner of today's 7th race, number 7, Black Taffy, a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Black Eagle out of Caramel Crunch. Bred here in Ontario by Joe Humber, Black Taffy was ridden to victory today by Leo Salas for trainer Pierre Crete and owner Charlie Brown. That's the second win in 10 starts for Black Taffy, both wins coming here at Fort Erie over this turf course. Completing the about 5 furlongs today in 1 minute and 3/5, completing their riding double for Leo Salas. Prices are up. Black Taffy pays $610, $330, and $260. Number 4, Brian of Tarth, $560 and $350. And number 2, Devil in Her Heart, $330. $2 exacta, $7.4, $39 even. The $1 try, $7.42, $76.40. $1 super, $7.425, $388.20. $2 double, $1.7, $76.40. And the $1 pick 3, $176.20. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in Race 8. Be the only winning ticket to collect the whole jackpot. Carryover is $18,613.59. Changes for Race 8. Vet scratched the number 3, Scenic Holiday. And the number 5, No More, will be £2 over at 122. 18 minutes to post.
Last but certainly not least here, we wrap things up in race number 8, a 6.5 furlong event on the main track. 4 non-winners of 2 lifetime in for the $5,000 tag. And looking at these colts and geldings, just one change to really note. The number 3, Scenic Holiday, it's a vet scratch. So it leaves us with a field of 8. It's our biggest field on the card, and I think it's probably the most challenging race to handicap. A lot of these horses have had that shot of getting that second lifetime win. Have been unable to do so. So looking at the group, when I went through this, I was probably most impressed with the number 5, No More. This one out of the Sharon Zuccato barn. Technically crossed the wire second in those last 3 efforts, but 2 back, was disqualified and placed 5th. Tried to battle it out in those late stages, but could not get to Little Green Machine in the end, who's been a horse that's fared well pretty much on the front end. And then more recently, well in for $6,000. Was second behind 2-year contract. Now, I will say it's not a great sign that this horse has gone off favorite in those last 2 and has just, crossed the wire in second. But in terms of the trips, I've liked the way that this horse's race has been pretty close to the pace in all of those efforts. And I think the big thing, I'm excited to see this horse back on a fast main track, because you look at the wet record, 0 for 9 in terms of wins. That one lone win did come over a fast going. So do use the 5 on top. Go to the outside in here. The number 9, Sea by the Sea, a 6-year-old son of It's Danzig. I'm not sure what to make of him. And looking at his performances, he typically, in my opinion, hangs around for a share. You look at his record, he's got those 9 second or third place finishes combined. Comes in here off a second place finish, going 6 furlongs, where he was making up some ground on Quick Reload, who we saw race today earlier in the card, who just had too much company on the front end. And Sea by the Sea was able to make up some ground, so you would think maybe the 6.5 will be the right distance, but in the past, even going 5/8, he's come up a little short. So it was tough for me to endorse him in the top spot, but based on his consistency alone, I do think he's a major player underneath. And always a good sign to see Mark Lee Buchanan aboard for trainer Roy Augustino, a hot combo here locally at Fort Erie. And finally, I'll round out things with the number 4, Dragon's Key, who I think, looking at these horses physically, really caught my eye. Jeannie Ryan's done great work with the number of starters that she's had, which is limited. She's 3 for 4 in the money, did have that 1 win here with a really nice horse by Flat Out. And it's a new addition to the barn, comes out of the Tiller barn, was 6th last time out, but I'm going to key in on that race 2 starts back, where this one finished 3rd, against slightly tougher on the synthetic up at Woodbine, was beaten by 3 1/4. So going to make that first dirt start today. In terms of pedigree, by Milwaukee Bruce, we know that the numbers there are pretty much average with those dirt runners. So I'm going to see how this one does. Chris Husband's booked to ride. But for me, I go directly to that one's outside, the number 5, No More on top. Good luck here in tonight's nightcap.
Field for today's 8th and final races making their way on track. $5,000 claiming 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Traveling 6 1/2 furlongs. Race 8 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high 5 wagering. Carryover in excess of $18,000. Number 1 is Big Brown Brewski. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mike Blake and owner Annette Blake. Number 2 is Naval Officer. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Joan Mitchell and owner Linda Lippy. Scratch the 3. Number 4 is Dragon's Key. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Jeannie Ryan and owner Goldmart Farms. Number 5 is No More. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who part owns with Michael Green. Howard Keene owns and trains the number 6 Santiago Salsa. The rider is Amanda Vandermeersch. Number 7 is Salt Mine Teddy. Brian Shane rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Michael Johns. Number 8 is Erie Island Man. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Dale Powell and owner Uton Wallace. Completing the field, number 9 is Sea by the Sea. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Cyril Samek. 3 minutes to post for the 8th jackpot high 5 wagering offered here. Field for the nightcap about to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 8-5 on number 5, No More, looking to give Leo Salas a riding triple. 5-2 on Dragon's Key. 4-1 on the outside runner, Sea by the Sea. And 5-1 on the rail runner, Big Brown Brewski. Field of 8 to close out today's action. First up is Big Brown Brewski, Melanie Pinto. Naval Officer with Kirk Johnson. Dragon's Key down from Woodbine, Chris Husbands. 9-5 on No More, Leo Salas. No More goes up. Santiago Salsa with Amanda Vandermeersch. Santiago Salsa goes in. The gray, Salt Mine Teddy and Brian Shane. Erie Island Man with Deshaun Bino. And the last up will be Sea by the Sea and Mark Lee. All set. And they're off. Naval Officer broke very sharply, Sea by the Sea from the far outside. Dragon's Key is also showing up for position. Fourth on the outside is Erie Island Man with No More racing in mid-pack, a length better than Santiago Salsa. Then it's a gap of 2 back to Big Brown Brewski, and the trailer is Salt Mine Teddy. Less than 5/8 of a mile to go. Naval Officer is on a 2.5 length lead. Sea by the Sea is watching from second, 1.5 better than Dragon's Key, with No More racing fourth on the outside. Santiago Salsa has found the rail in fifth. Then we go back to Big Brown Brewski, Salt Mine Teddy, and Erie Island Man. 22-4 for the quarter. They race into the sunset turn, and Naval Officer has opened up 5. Here comes No More. Ask for More cruising into second past Dragon's Key and Sea by the Sea, 1/2 45-4. Trying to get going is Santiago Salsa. Big Brown Brewski gathers momentum. Less than 1/4 of a mile to go, and Naval Officer still has control, but No More has shortened the lead to 2. It is Naval Officer. The strides are shortening. No More is into second. Third along the inside, Dragon's Key is making up ground. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go. Naval Officer still clinging to the lead. No More is second. Flying up the rail is Dragon's Key. Big Brown Brewski from the back. Naval Officer holding. Naval Officer looking for the wire. Naval Officer and Kirk Johnson. Three-way photo for second between Dragon's Key, Big Brown Brewski, and No More. 1:18-2. Unofficial in the nightcap, the winner is number 2, Naval Officer. Three-way photo for the place spot. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's number 1, Big Brown Brewski. Over the 4, Dragon's Key, and fourth is number 5, No More. Unofficial race 8 order, 2-1-4-5. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 8th race, number 2, Naval Officer. A 4-year-old chestnut gelding by American Freedom out of Another Beautiful Day, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables. Naval Officer was ridden to victory today by Kirk Johnson in wire-to-wire fashion, trained by Joan Mitchell and owned by Linda Lippy. That's the second lifetime win in 16 starts for Naval Officer, drops in for the nickel, and gets the job done, 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:18 2. Hold all tickets until the 8th is made official. It is official, prices to be up shortly. Naval Officer pays $15.70, $8.50, and $5.40. Number 1, Big Brown Brewski, $6.60 and $4. And the 4, Dragon's Key, $3.50. $2 exacta, 2-1, returns $71.90. The $1 try, 2-1-4. $150.75. $1 super, 2-1-4-5. $288.40. Multiple winning tickets in the Jackpot High Five. The $1 combo, 2-1-4-5-6, returns $527.50. The carryover into tomorrow's card will be $22,088.99. $2 double, 7-2, $42.80. The $1 pick three, $396.60. The $1 pick four, $2,228.75. And the $1 late pick five, $9,958.50. We had a claim out of race 8, number 5, No More, claimed by Joy Elkins, moves to the barn of trainer Joe Humber. Jackpot High Five builds, tomorrow's carryover, $22,088.99. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for everything going on at the track, live streaming of all of our races, and all of the race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 4:30. And if you're going to be on track tomorrow, be sure to stick around after the races. We have our free concert featuring the Howling Horns. Concert starts after the final race around 8 p.m. Admission, as always, is free by the Tiki Bar. Concert sponsored by Casey Langland and Marge Ott of Revel Realty, Fort Erie. Dog races are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. Wiener Dogs take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and the Basset Hounds are out on Sunday, August 13th. Be sure to save the date. The Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up on Tuesday, September 12th. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And be sure to stick around for the simulcast wagering, starting at 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern, 8:30 our time. Stick around to bet on Assiniboia Downs, our friends out in Winnipeg, Manitoba, with a great Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night product. Assiniboia Downs, a supporter of Fort Erie Racetrack. If you're on track with us, stick around for their card in the race book. So that concludes the Monday races here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us today, both on track and via simulcast. We want to thank everybody for the support. Another great day of racing coming your way tomorrow. First post will be at 4:30. Have a lovely evening.